on YouTube. Okay. That is a pain in the ass to get all done. I need to figure out a way to make that more streamlined. All right. I gotta remember where it was. I think the last time I played was Saturday or Sunday morning, and I finished out. Wow, this game is a lot different than Valheim. Yes, last time Saturday morning, Sunday morning. Is my frame rate? Hang on a second. It is screwed up. Yeah, so I finished up the tunnel, or at least as finished up as it's going to be. So now these guys, and I re-recorded the pass. So these guys are all running. Noah Beard imposter. Hey, man. I'm not an imposter. I grew this beard myself. I'm not imposter nobody. Yeah, so I finished the tunnel on Saturday or Sunday, so that's good. The routes are re-recorded. That one's still a temporary one because it's just kind of floating out there in the middle. And then I also got the concrete from the refineries on these 4 belts. And then they work their way through the roof and are going to come out. Mine's just a name. I don't have one. Well, then you're the imposter, dude. Come on, man. Yeah, you're the imposter for sure. Coming at me. Calling me an imposter? Come on, man. I mean, whatever. There was definitely a time when I didn't have a beard. So yeah, then they came out that this court pillar and made themselves over here. Now I may have gotten these belts mixed up when they were inside the ceiling. So I need to get this one ran to that side, and then those two need to be ran, and then I might have to swap a few of them. That was scary seeing your face. Oh, when I didn't have a beard? Yeah, that was a mistake. You got one in spirit. I mean, that almost counts as having a beard. I'll allow it. Yeah, so the plan is to get concrete there and there. Sick looking builds. Well, technically it's just one build, bro. It's but thank you. It's very it hurts the brain sometimes trying to find space and make it look good. Cover the camera for edit. What does that mean? Cover the camera for an edit. I don't know what that means. But yeah, build is coming along. One giant Megafactory. Middle of phase 3. So yeah, right now I need to get the concrete flowing. I'm still gonna struggle with power. we've got not 2,000 megawatts to play with. So I think what I'm going to do first is I'm going to get did I hook up? I gotta record a truck route still. I just remembered that, but I'm gonna hook these guys up first. Let's go there. As much as I am tired of having the jetpack and ready for the whatchamacallit hover pack, I really wish I had the jetpack in Valheim. That'd be cool. If for nothing else but to help with the ease of building. It's still crooked. Where? Okay, they're right there. It's like, where the hell am I actually going? We'll put you here to line you up with the pipe support. I think I need to go ahead and do some of these before the system gets turned on. Just more temporary. Do I really not have any? Okay. Yeah, so I need to record the truck route. What are my thoughts on biofuel canisters versus turbo fuel for jetpack? I don't know if I've used any fuel but biofuel this entire playthrough. I don't have a turbo fuel factory, so I haven't used it. I think I actually have some that I picked up, maybe? I don't know. I actually don't know if I've ever used turbo fuel. I don't think I've played with turbo fuel since yeah, I don't know if I've ever actually played with turbo fuel. So those are my thoughts on it. Yeah. Okay, where am I going? I'm going over there. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe turbo fuel and rocket fuel and ionized fuel, all those, I think they might be maybe better for like exploring, you know, doing searching for hard drives and slugs and whatnot. where you just need to get up places quickly and whatnot. But if you're like actively building, I think they kind of suck. That's just my thoughts. I probably need to look into turbo fuel. I need to. I'm desperate for more power. I won't be able to complete this phase without building out more power plants. Swap the turbo fuel once you get hover back. Yeah. Yeah. What are you? You guys are low on fuel, I can tell you that much. You quartz. You're both quartz. It's 1,500 the max for these ish. If I remember right, it only needed 600, so we should be good. Are you the refill truck? Yeah, you're the refill truck. Okay, so coal. Where's my concrete? My dimensional depot. Like what tier I'm at? I think I have everything but the last tier for both size and speed. Is that what you're asking about? I don't have this hooked up because I was going to finish the road. That's why I don't have these recorded. Damn it. Because I was going to send them off this way. Guess we're doing that first. Yeah, there's no way turbo fuel would have got me from there to here. I think that alone solves that that conversation. It's going to take me a minute to remember where my blueprints were. And I really didn't want to build this road today. But that's why it has to be done, is because I didn't want to do it last time. So the question is, where am I going to connect these? Dragnark, what's up, man? Procrastination, the mother of all necessity. Yeah. I've been putting off this road for a while because I know, because the road's not on the world grid, it's not going to connect together very cleanly. I got kind of lucky with this connection. Like it was off by like half a foundation, so it still looked moderately good and was kind of easy to blend. And they weren't a road to a road. It was a road to a truck stop to a road, so it was easy to blend together. This I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna continue it straight out, kind of boring like, until I get somewhere over there. Staring at manufacturer setup for 2 hours. Yeah, that sounds bad. I really don't want just a straight road, but not real sure what else I could do. Maybe maybe I switch over to that side and start ringing it out. That might help. Yeah, that one's hooked up. I should do this from the bottom. If I remember right, there is an actual direction with these blueprints, so I'm pretty sure my road barriers are contradicting each other half the time. Light, I need to start looking at turning. No support. Okay. Who wants to bet that that is not going to be close at all? It's not a hard bet. It's a pretty easy one. Where is my counter? Why is it not telling me how many? There it is. If I remember right, it is... I think it's 8. But I need to make a full 90-degree corner. Okay, I'm just going to do it at 18 because it doesn't want to click, and then I'll delete the last 2. Do you have plastic and rubber yet? Yeah, I have plastic and rubber. Remember, I did a whole electronics factory. Okay, so the answer, or the question on how close is it is it's not close at all. Yes, rubber and plastic, taken care of. Used basically 98% of what I've created. Let's see. So we need to do at least one more. Okay, now let's try turning. So I'm gonna have to make some sort of station over here. How do I get it to draw a curve like that? It's my one mod that I kind of allowed myself to get as far as building goes. So it's just a curve mod. I think it's called Curved Roads. Yeah, it's a add-on or mod. It places them the same way you would place if you were to do it manually. It does it. They come out in the same way, so it's not like it's a new thing. It's not like it treats the foundations like they're a railroad or anything like that. It just places them like you would if you did it manually. But I'm not going to spend the time clicking, 700 times to build a curve. Definitely not while live streaming anyway. Cheating, probably, but it's okay. I wonder... so you're the support. Yeah, I mean, it's super easy. You can basically go out as far, you can go out, you can make full circles, you can do, and you can do it in any direction. You can adjust the angle. So Like if I do caps lock, then I can change it now to like -20, so it's a much smaller thing. All my stuff's built at 5-degree increments. And then there's yeah, then you can go vertical and do arches. And then there's parallel. Parallel is kind of cool. You can do like 2 pass, and then you can change the distance between them. So there's a couple different modes. Yeah. Super easy. At least compared to doing it by hand. So if I did that here, that means the support would be in the middle of that truck stop. And that is not gonna work. I think I do, maybe I do 9? I should go count the points on the curve. I don't remember how many I did. Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I start on the, I start at the end of the blueprint, and then I go out 9. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. 9 times 5 is 45. Derp. If I was to do that, I could make my life like super difficult and have these both come in at a 45 and then build a garage or parking station, truck station, somewhere in that area. Or continue this and then it comes out here. Back that one up, turn it. I like that idea better. So what I do, I do 18? It's looks like we would do 19. So that one becomes where I start. change this to positive 5 degrees. That might be good. And then I can pick up, if I do that, then these could get picked up if the factory doesn't grow out this far, which I hope it does. So how do you guys connect? At least at a 90-degree angle, but not that super great. Is that? These might be off. Rotation 270. Rotation 180. Okay, so they're lined up. They just don't look great. I don't know. It doesn't really look that great either. Like all that work to make some cool shape, and then it's just like wonky over here. Let's rotate. Let's just see how these line up if I just ran them straight out. Spawn around, road, submit, one, we'll just say 40. Okay, so if we just ran them straight out, they still wouldn't line up that great. But I think I like the I don't like this shape, that's the thing. I could probably make a train station out here, or a truck station, excuse me, and make those line up a bit better. I think that would be the best bet. Okay, so I'm gonna delete all of this because this was a terrible idea. Support. Oh, just kidding. Light. Hopefully this leg does not fall in the middle of a train. It's going to be close. I think I'm safe. Whew. No support. Support. It's not where I wanted to go. Terrible jump. Trying it again. All right, let's see how bad these guys actually line up. Well, that's going to be real bad. Support. All I want to do is deliver some concrete. And here we are. Eventually I'll get to putting supports underneath the railroad. It'll stop floating. I should probably do that. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Okay. No support. Light. Nope. Now what? I could make so the truck stops usually happen at the stop or at the light poles. It's where the roads turn off. So turn off the main road and then go into it. So I could do They can't both just be side exits. I need them to do something, unless it backed up. You watch me more than working on your own factory. Sorry, not sorry. Thank you. I think I just need to build it, and then I'll figure it out. I think I might make this road go straight off that way. This will just end at a parking truck stop station hub thing. So it'll go here. No. How big are my truck stops? I think they're like 9 or 10 wide. I don't think these power lines need to be there anymore. I think those can go away. If I wanted to, I could just run a temp route and then not worry about this right now. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I don't... Did I put a truck over there? No. I don't think so. No. I really don't want to deal with the road. So this will just be a temporary one. Coal. Tractor, just kidding. I need to do the same for coal. I need coal at this plant. This part of the plant. Oh. Please turn off. Thank you. Eventually I'm going to have to deal with all of those down there. I'm hoping by the time I have to deal with those, the factory will be close enough that I don't have to do trucks. Or they can be ground trucks. Ideally, I won't have to do trucks at all. How many hours on this save? I think it's somewhere between 150 and 200, I think. Maybe 250. I'd look, but since I'm in the middle of recording the truck route, I can't really look. You son of a bitch. Okay, limestone is the last one. It's definitely more hours than it would normally take because of recording and streaming, but bro, what? Whatever. This is a temporary truck. He'll figure it out. I mean, he should be delivering more than it needs, so it's fine if it gets screwed up a little bit, as long as it doesn't cause a traffic jam deadlock. That was awkward. Move, bitch. Get out the way. This is the problem with trucks on a 2 foundation wide road. Oh, thank God. What am I going to get? Nuclear power? Well, so I'm in phase 3, so I got to finish this phase, and then is it in phase 4? It's got to be in phase 4. So still got a ways, unfortunately. I'm having power struggles already, so sooner the better. But not this phase. Once I close this loop, Steven, I'll take a look at the save to see how many hours it is. And if you want, I can do a quick tour. If you haven't seen it before. Alright, save. Temp limestone to modular frame. Yeah. Aluminum, I'm not gonna have aluminum struggles. It's not gonna be a thing. Look, I appreciate that. Thank you. So let's see. Okay, so I was off 289 hours in this playthrough. I think I've got like 16 or 1700 hours in the game as far as just like total playtime, but in this playthrough, 200, almost 290 hours. Yeah, so tour time. I guess we'll start at the hub, right? I won't go into full detail, but all right. So basically, the rules are everything has to be supported. Eventually, I don't have supports and everything, and everything has to be continuously produced. It's not. I know there's a mod that's like continuously produced elevator parts. That I'm not using that, but all the parts are continuously produced. So when you come out here, this is all phase 2 stuff. Down here, basically anywhere there's blue lights, that is an elevator part. So that right there is smart plating. This over here is the automated wiring. And then over there is versatile frameworks. So this whole line here is producing like 2,300 or something like that wire per minute. And that goes into these guys to make a whole bunch of cable, which then obviously goes over there. And also is getting made into, what are those, rotors? Rotors, I think, over there for that. So then there's a whole bunch of stuff down here to go over there to the automated wiring. This is the elevator train, so basically the plan is, I haven't actually had to use it yet because I'm on phase 3, but this train will travel around to all the different parts of the Megafactory, dropping off the previous phases parts to be made into the current phase parts. All of this over here, these machines here were the first machines in the factory. These 8 smelters. All the fluids are coming from the oil nodes over there in the canyon and the water extractors over here. And they're getting delivered by train here. This is packaged fuel for the fuel towers. Over yonder, this is the electronics factory part. So these are making like 50 computers, like 38 AI limiters, something like that. And then there's more AI limiters, circuit boards. We've got circuit boards being made over here, as well as over here. This is like pure copper, pure deuterium, all that kind of stuff. And then there's some more circuit boards underneath all this. So yeah, I mean, that's the gist of it. Basically, everything is just getting made at one time. We're working on pure concrete right now. Or whatever that recipe's called, for the modular frame. So this is all like pure iron and using the plastic leftovers to make fuel for our trucks, because like that's copper over there getting delivered through our little tunnel network down here. So yeah, I mean, that's the basic overview. Nothing too crazy, you know what I mean? It's a little crazy. But it's all planned out in Satisfactory Modeler for the most part, up until we are. Like I don't have phase 4, phase 5 planned out. I just know what the elevator parts are, so that I know like at least these pieces I need a X amount of. So yeah, that's the basic tour. Not too bad. Pipes going crazy. Belts are hidden inside walls and all that everywhere. So, yeah. Okay, so that is concrete. I think these are ready to get turned on, and then we can see if I got the belts in the right order. I just got to remember where the power was disconnected. I think it was right here. Yeah. How bad did that get? Ooh. We'll see if my math was right on all this stuff. We'll see if the water comes from. So the water, if you missed it, the water for the concrete is all over here. So it travels all the way through the factory, it snakes around, goes under the train, and comes out over here. So we'll see if the water keeps up. I really hope it does. I don't want to have to deal with that mess. Okay, so this is stuttering because it's being fed too much. As long as... Are all these hooked up right? What's that? What? So I think as soon as this one clears up, it's probably just backed up at the miner itself. Then I think we'll be okay. I should probably go check on all of this. Can't actually see anything there. This looks fine. Dude, that was like professional level jetpacking. How much concrete is this supposed to be? So I think as long as it's 1440, I think that's the number we're looking for, is 1440. I can deal with the belt balancing. I think one of these belts is wrong. I don't think those are both supposed to be the same number. What is 380 times 4? 1520? Okay, so that number's... something is off with one of these lines. So you are not 100%. Why are you not 100%? You look fine to me. You're getting there. You're idle. That's a problem. Mark 4, Mark 4. Okay, so now we gotta start finding lines. So you come up in the leg, which means you came through here. Are you a full belt in here? No, you are not a full belt. What about back in here? Nope. Okay, I'm gonna say you guys are good. I'm gonna... $300. Okay, so you're screwed up. And then you are probably not clocked. Or you've got a belt. That thing up there it is. And we'll go check your clock speed just to double check. I need to go, that means I need to check the other one. This should be only 150, right? 150. You're using a Mark III belt, so you're fine. And then you're Mark III all the way out because you're 150. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that should be the right amount. So as long as I don't have another... I really enjoy my catwalks. I'm glad that they're all connected. Makes me feel better. Okay, so these guys look more correct. So they say 340. You're saying 380. Plus 380 times 2. Okay, so that's what it is. So this one, if this one gets up to 380, that means one of these needs to get flipped in the ceiling somehow. $380. I already know that this is going to be, and we're into batteries. Damn. So I gotta build a power plant in the next 130 hours. 97 hours is going down. That's not good. $88, 151. Hey, now we're charging. Okay. Yeah, this one needs to get flip-flopped. Let us So I need to know which ones are the it looks like the two center ones are the 380s, and the two outside ones are the 340s, and that's fine. As long as I just need them to be the same on both. And that looks like the case. So the ones that are going, if I remember right, they're in like this part of the ceiling. Yeah, we're just gonna delete all of this. Listen, we don't talk about what's in the ceiling. That doesn't matter. Maybe if I do, just so I can keep track of this. Maybe instead I'll do it that way. So I'm gonna say that two white ones are God damn. Let's say the two white ones are the high capacity ones. I'm just going to delete all of these just so we clear it up. Oh my god. Ran the fuck over. And then you... Does that peek through? Yes, it does. Your high capacity, and then you can go to here. Just kidding. You can go to there, and then you can go to here. And that should fix the speed problem. Of course, it's going to be all backed up, so let's go clear out the machines, or we'll be waiting for a while. You guys already cleared out? Nope. Are you all up to 100% now as well? 99, I'm gonna say you're fixed. 100. Okay, so now the numbers should be correct. $380 for something that you're wrong. You guys are hopefully very wrong. What was it? It's supposed to be 2 340s and 2 380s. Let's see. Wait and see. What's the next step while we wait for that? So we need 480 iron ingots from somewhere. Doesn't necessarily matter from where. And 480 coal. So I got to get the coal. 380, 340. You guys are fine. 380, 340. Man, I got like exact. Cool. All right, so that's figured. That's fixed out. That's figured out and fixed. Can't speak. So you gotta yell about it. Hide all this crap. We never speak of it again. Oh, you are not. That is wrong. That was close. You are 4 meters or 2 meter. So the coal, we already have the belts from the truck station down. They come out here. We only need one of them, technically. So we gotta run a truck route. We also need to figure out where we're gonna grab the iron ingots from. Did these ever get back to 100%? I should probably check that. Yes, and not quite, but we're getting there. So 480 ingots need to somehow do something. How much? $71.5625, I think is what this was. $71.5625 times 3. Yeah, not enough. How much are you guys? Question is, where do I want to? You're like a full deal right there. Oh, because you're getting merged with that. I think the 480. I mean, it's just one belt has to come back. Needs to come back across. You know what? That's going to be an easy problem, and it's just going to be up the middle. Like college football, straight up the middle. It'll never work. So, let's see. Buffalo XP, good evening. What's up, man? How you doing? How tall does this have to be? I think it needs to be at least as tall as that. Yeah, I think it needs to be at least there, which will put it, yeah. Which means I could even get rid of these guys. Taking a break from training at work, or from my training network. What kind of training are you talking about? And also, that's probably taking a break, watching video games, probably way more fun, regardless of the training network. This actually should be train network. Why this? Yeah, train networks. Not fun. I already gave up on my road network for tonight, so now we're just building. Maybe we can do... I don't really use these very often. The first time I ever used them was in... not first ever, but in this playthrough was in the tunnel down below. Yeah, I put them there. I'd have to get rid of all those lights, which is fine. So what am I doing up here? 12... I need to make 720 steel ingots. Is Heavy Modular Frames? Yeah, that's what I'm working on. It's currently getting steel in place for the Heavy Modular Frames. It's a bear. Trying to avoid working on their own back. Well, you know, if my pain and suffering of trying to figure all this stuff out and keeping it straight is what does it for you guys, then I'm happy to oblige. So, how many? I need 12 foundries, and I could probably force those into... I could force this into 12. Trying to stay screwless, so it makes it harder. So I'm planning on making 96 modular frames and 36 heavy modular frames per minute. And I am also going screwless, but I think it may have actually been more difficult. It would have been more belts with screws, but I think this is actually more difficult. So, I guess, yeah, I could totally do this as 12. Why wouldn't that work? I don't see a reason why it wouldn't. And I can even let's see how many I can fit here. Of course. That's what you're thinking? Yeah. So then that gets it back. So it looks like I could probably do 8. Can I get these? Can I get these to be? It'd probably be easier to do it over here. 720 molded pipes. 720 divided by 8. And they're actually clean numbers. That's cool. You got Heavy Modular Frames online? Your Megafactory? Dude, I am so ready. I think it's been like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Granted, I stopped and I was playing some Valheim a couple days, but I'm so ready to be over this. Okay, so I can fit more, or I can limit it to 8. First heavy modular frame is planned for like 8. I mean, as long as you don't need, then I mean they need to go into fuse modular frames. So as long as you have enough for your own use for building stuff, and then personally, yeah, I would sloop. I would rather build once, have enough, versus having to build another factory later down the road. Personally. And I'm pretty sure 36 will be enough for me. I'm hoping. You need more than 16 for fused frames. Yeah, well, heavy modular frames to fused frames are 1-to-1, aren't they? Or is it 2-to-1? Yeah, however many modular frames you put in, you get fused out. So, yeah. Tough to say. So I can do 8. But yeah, just trying to get out of the phase. I agree. Phase 3, I think, is probably my least favorite phase, for sure. You are solid steel ingots. Solid steel. And we need to make 720 of you. Divided by 8. Oh, that's nice. Wish you had the I mean, I don't have the means for 36, but I'm still gonna do it. My batteries are flickering on and off right now, so I should probably check those now that this stuff is running. Give me a power nub, please. No, I got a pole right here. Yeah, I've got. Yep. See, it kicked on. I'm riding the line. Yeah. I haven't really put any effort into building a proper large scale power. I got these guys. It's like 24 of them. And then I've got these guys, which are running it. There's 5 of them, but they're all at like 10% because I needed fuel to power some trucks. So we basically don't even count them. Lucky if you get 28. Well, this will be your like 3rd rebuild of that factory. On it. So iron ingot, coal and iron has to come up into these guys. So let's deal with that. 2nd rebuild. You got 64 fuel gens. Are they overclocked? Or just sitting at 100%? $60 each. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that'd be 240 each. So I could do a sushi belt. Just at 100%. Okay. Well, I mean, so that's not bad. I think mine are. They're not fully overclocked, but they're just overclocked enough to use the fuel that I had and be at an equal number to fit in. So each one of those towers is one floor, and each tower, there's 2 towers, is 3 fuel gens. So 12 and 12. Not enough is how much it produces. So what did I say? This is 60 times 4 is 240. Actually, so that's 480. So it'd be 1 480 belt per side. Yeah, so that it's same here. There is no such thing as too much power. Dragnock, your name is Tim the Toolman Taylor, but I 100% agree. And yeah, there is no such thing as enough, for sure. Okay, so I need to get, if I'm going to do the sushi belt approach, what do I do about that? I could do 2 120 belts off of that, off of each one of these. So it'd be 4 lifts total. That sends that across. And then that is, ooh, I could do, I've got 2 coal. 2 480 coal, right? Those were pure. I think we're cooking with gas. Hello? Resource nodes. Map. Show pure. You guys are pure, aren't you? Please tell me. You're embarrassing me. Why sushi? Why not individual? Well, I mean, sushi's delicious. Okay, there are 2 pure. And I mean, that's kind of the theme. I mean, I'm not trying to make my life easy here. It's got to be a little bit entertaining, right? And yeah, it would just be that means it'd be to the 2 belts coming up. Although it'll probably be the 4 belts, and then I'll combine them up here and then send them off that way and that way. And it's just that much more risk if I get it wrong. So, you know, good times. So I think how many are these guys making? 100. So I could do the split back here, actually. That might clean up the belts a little bit. any overflow, any. Hey, Buffalo, thanks for stopping by anyway, man. See you later. All right. So it was on, of course, it's going to have to be in a different spot because binaries are stupid and not mirrored. What if we did, let's do it there instead, which is right here, right? Yeah. Ugh, no. Gotta make it even, gotta make it symmetrical. That belt's gonna get in the way. Yeah, I don't think there's a way I'm gonna make it even, so we're just gonna have to do it, unfortunately. Any and overflow. Sir, you are in the way. Thank you. So then you can then merge. I think I want you further out. Let's do it here. And then the mergers are gonna have to go. I guess I can't actually put them there, then they won't be able to merge. Oh, that's actually the perfect one. Okay, so then that'll be 120. No, that'll be 120 each lift, 240, and then I'll send 240 out. They go up there. Do I want? I guess I should have looked at this platform before I committed to it. I guess it can't be any lower because then it'd clip. Although that's... I might change this because that might be kind of cool if they're there. What's in the middle? Yeah. Okay, let's get the belts first. Gotta get some support. I think what I'm gonna do actually is move these to here so these are supported. Can't have floating platforms, can't have floating mergers and splitters. I could make it even and just do it there. Okay, so then that's 240 each side. It goes out mixed with coal, which is here. So that'll be easy to do. I need to figure out its destination. And like I said, I think I'm gonna lower all of this. It'll look cooler because that's what we're all here for. If I put this on top of... I need this to be even. That means the foundries need to be moved forward to not interfere with the assemblers there. Excuse you. Yes, then. Or did I say refineries? I meant foundries. I gotta get the coal up here somehow. I'm gonna put if I do it there, then I should have enough. Yeah, that's the ticket. Three, 4. Okay. I can make that work, yeah. Center, and then there. Yep. No, those are concrete. Although, if I gotta bring the coal up, it might be easier to do the coal. Yep. Will come from the outsides. it'll just be easier to do the mixing of the sushi belts at the ends versus in the center. And then that way I only have to send, there'll only be 2 belts in the center. Yeah, then I can send the coal up here. I guess the iron would still come from the center and somehow get to the ends. We'll figure that out. I'll be surprised if those all snapped correctly. I guess there actually aren't any belts in the center from these guys because they're going to directly feed into the next set. $90 times 4 is $360. $432. So I can't do sushi belt on the next row. That sucks. But probably for the best. I gotta sneeze. So yeah, I can't do sushi belt on the next set. It's too much for my current belt speed. That's unfortunate. Could have been cool. Okay, so we've got the iron, we need the coal. Let's see, and then I gotta somehow... I think I can blend that together. And it'll be quasi-realistic that it's supported. Yeah. Okay. And so then both of those concretes need to come up. Are either of those belts? Neither of those belts are what is needed. So they have to be combined and then an overflow. They can go under and through the coal. Yeah, no, that's right. The coal can be in dead center. Yeah. Okay, I'm liking it. The problem will be getting that belt. Did I leave a center? I did leave a center. Okay, so we might not be screwed yet. If I can get the coal... This one needs to get moved over. Yeah, actually, this will just come out. That makes way more sense, and will make it easier. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, so then this will be one 480 belt getting split, because we need exactly that. Then you can be you'll do that. Did I do this because I can't make that turn? Bloody shitty. Just modular. I'm not a fan of tools. I mean, it's not bad. It's just, I don't know, my brain doesn't work the way tools is laid out. Okay, sweet. That does make that turn. That's good. And then why are you? Okay, and then you can go here. And then you can basically just go straight in. Yeah. Okay, and then I guess I needed a wall here. And then I'm just going to do this straight there. And that's that belt taken care of. And then you're taken care of, at least at this point. Yeah, tools is cool. That's where I started. And then it just didn't do enough. And that's when I made the change. That, and I didn't know that you could save your builds in Satisfactory tools just by like bookmarking the URL or whatever. I was like, oh right, you could totally do that. I didn't even consider that before. So one of these does the calculations for you. I mean, that's what Modeler does, right? What? I mean, I guess if you're looking for it to do like a full chain of calculations, then yeah, I mean, I guess the tools does that. But I mean, how I usually do it is I work backwards. So like, I want to make 36 heavy modular frames, so it tells me exactly how many I need, and it's like, okay, it's molded iron pipe for the most efficient piece of it, and then so it just keeps giving me the numbers back and forth, and then I can mix and match. So it's like, I'm gonna do in my original steel factory to maximize all the belt speeds at the time of whenever I built it, to maximize those speeds, it was like, okay, it's going to be X amount of iron pipes and X amount of steel pipes, just to maximize the amount of resources going in with the combination, and to fit, you know, how many sloops I had or how many shards or whatever. So I'd rather work backwards personally. Okay, so coal. So it's this leg directly in front of it. It's this right here. So let's see, I gotta do. Does that squeeze out? No. Okay, so that's coal taken care of for this one side. But it was the more difficult one anyway. Over here. Where are those poles at? Here. Okay, so that is coal fed up. What's her name? Amy something? The new Linkin Park singer. That's gonna bug me. Emily Armstrong. That's what it was. Okay, so that is coal. I need to grab the iron and figure out a way to get it over in a cooler fashion. We'll do it there and there. So this was 240. So mark 3. I probably could have squeezed it through here, but the arms are gonna hit it. I could shift it over. I could get it to here. And then shift it back. I could set it into the pillar, and then it could come out the pillar. I think it'd be cooler to go into the pillar, then come out the pillar, then come up the front face of the pillar. Unless I wanted to use this pillar as a connection point. Either way, let's put that there. Let's get the belt to that point on both of them. Where did I place this piece? On the center, right after the tank. I'm going to say that that doesn't count. I don't think the iron ingots will run into it, so I'm going to say that it's fine. That, however, is not fine. No, no, no. Please don't do that. Oh, shit. Okay, so you need to switch. Or what about you? Are you good? You're good there. Is that the same? That's too much. That's too much clipping. Damn it. That would have been perfect. But that cuts the arm. Where's the arm? Yeah, arm cuts through the middle. So it's got to jog again. Okay, that's what we're going with. Maybe it would look better if I jaunted out here. Yeah. Well, nah, we'll keep it the way it is. That goes there, you go there. Okay, and then we were doing the U. I gotta figure out how to blend, make this look like it's being supported. So let's see. I could do another. Then the cantilever portion could start there. I think that's the best option I've got. Whoa! Then could be like that, and then catwalk intersections go. Let's just do half of this right now real quick. So 90 into 720 divided by 8. Mark 2, and then it's 54 concrete. Could do it here and then wrap it around. Ooh, yeah. I like that. Wrap it around, and then the splitter will sit on top of the merger here for the output. And then that's 90, so that'd be whatever 90 times 4 is 360. Yeah. So the concrete has to merge into one line and then do an overflow for the rest, because this will take 54 times 4, 216, which isn't a clean number. And I've got over 600 coming out right now out of the floor. I'm just gonna have to place them, and then we'll figure it out. Yeah. And now these are in the way. So the coal can't come out the front because I've got concrete that has to come up the front. Or excuse me, not the coal, the ingots. These have to come up the front. Unless I want to use this space down here to do the merging and the overflow, which maybe I do, because what else am I going to put down here? Then the iron ingots could come out the... I'd want it on... That's not centered, is it? Yeah, it looked crooked there for a second. I think I'd want the iron ingots to come out the side, and then it can go in like that. I'm just trying to think if there's any kind of like support that I want to do. But then like how does that work? Unless I put it but then that still cuts into it. I think I am going to do the concrete merging down here where I've got space. And then this will which means the iron ingots will enter here. Or is it here? That looks better, I think. Yep. All right, and then okay. See, I gotta keep track of all the belts. I need to do the side exit on this one. Oh, but I have a light here. Fuck. Well, that might have to get moved. Is that even? Yeah. That kind of sucks. No. So I gotta figure out the concrete and where their belts are gonna go before I hook. The other problem is I can't turn these on. I can't make the final connections till these are hooked up. I mean, I guess I could, because the only thing that will happen is the truck stops will eventually back up. And then this will, the ingots would just overflow like they are right now. So I guess it's fine. The problem, I think the problem would be is if I did make the connections, these would all fill up, and then the pattern would be off for the sushi belt. So unless I had an overflow on the final one, then it would be a problem. Didn't I already set this? These are 54, so yeah, just mark ones. Although, yeah, I'll just do mark ones. It's not a sushi of concrete. If I wanted to be like extra, I could put smart splitters, set them all into overflow, and then the overflow would happen here, and then it could merge back with the other line of concrete. Where did these go? These go. So the remaining concrete eventually needs to go to industrial beams and manufacturers for the modular frames. I kind of like that idea. Kind of like that idea, not gonna lie. So, and then although I could do one more and then I can use my blueprint. Yeah, we'll do that. $4-meter. Oh, just kidding. So if that doesn't work, then I'll go ahead and just swap it back. Always got to be thinking about catwalks. If you're not, are we even playing the same game? Could just do the last one only. Hardly touched catwalks in your playthrough, bro. That between batteries and catwalks, that's how I fill in empty spots. I couldn't. This playthrough would be nothing without those two things. So the answer to the question then is no, we are not playing the same game. That is some compact machinery. Oh no, where does this go? Okay, it goes under. That's good. Do you go under? Hell yeah, you do. Hell yes, you do. Okay, so then the concrete. $54 times 4 is $216. Doesn't really matter which line I grab, I guess, at the end of the day. Although it would make sense for the smaller one, which is the inside. That's why you come to the stream to learn new things. Well, I'm trying, man. Appreciates it. I don't know if this is the right way to do it. This is, what's funny, as I was just thinking to myself, like, when I built the train station and I put in the power generators, I had this entire, like, was this 3 or 4 deep slab of concrete, and it was just completely empty, and I had no idea how I was going to fill it. And I was like, this is just going to look stupid and blank and open and not match the rest of the factory. And now we're doing this ridiculousness. And all of this ridiculousness. I think this does actually look pretty cool with the red lighting. Like, this is... This is premium belt routing. For sure. For sure. So okay, back to the concrete. Concrete can... I think I am going to bring both of them up. It's going to come up. Just trying to make my my factory OSHA approved. Even though we've been through this, fix it killed OSHA. That is the lore. Look more than string machines. I mean, that's basically all that it really is. In fact, it's actually probably even more so, because they all rely on the string working until there's a definitive break point in them. Because if they don't all string together properly, then it all backs up because of the sushi belts. Wait. This is not... That could be kind of cool. Maybe that could be, so that's 216 plus 90 times 4. That's going to be too much. 216 plus 90 times 4, 576, damn. I was going to say I could do like the overflow concrete. Oh wait, no, it's not 216. It's three. Whoa. It's what was it? 340. 340 minus 216. 484. Damn it. I'm 4 over from being able to just make that into a belt. That would have been perfect. Okay, so then this one goes... Man, that would have been so freaking cool. If anything, I'm probably showing you what you shouldn't do if you want to not get done playing. If you want to get done playing and not have a headache. Because that's what's going on here. $124 left over. I could run the other concrete belt up here as well, and then run it through the middle. I just realized 124 left over plus 380 is 504, so I can't even combine this with the second belt. Damn it. I do like the idea, though, of this would be here. Guess it'd make more sense if I did it where I'm supposed to. See, this is a blank spot, and it's gonna bug me that I don't have anything to fill it. And it's not tall enough for a battery. And I've already used the catwalks. Could I like this idea. Those conveyor belts will just come straight up and then come straight over. That'll be a little bit better, and then I don't have to worry about them like clipping through. Throw on some railings. I think so that would solve that problem. I need to get these guys. Means you can go away. Okay, we're all cleared up. Why are there so many breaks in you? Are we breaking back here? Might have a problem with the concrete. $67. But why? 65, but why? You have water. Everybody has water. Oh, you're running low on water. I need to double check my maths. because they all should be fine. Let me, no, I need to get this fixed, or else I will forget. You're only 120. I don't think that's correct. Times 2. You are probably the problem. I'm gonna go ahead and say that, but what should you be? 225 plus 225 plus 180. I'm gonna denote you as one pipe plus 120, 180, and 120. $200 and 200 plus 2. Plus 250. It's 1400. $1,550. So I am 150 short. Okay, so plus 60 gets us up to 1460. $1,550 minus, and then so I need to, okay, I got this. Plus 45, 225. Is that what these were? Yeah. Oh. I must have like ran out of power shards when I was setting all those. So now that should be $225 plus 225. Okay, yep, that's it. Those two machines, I had to have just ran out of power shards, and that's why the numbers were set the way they were. Okay. Back to concrete. It's always the fluids. Yeah, it's fluids can be a pain in the butt, but honestly, I'm definitely jinxing it right now. That's like I haven't had really any problems this playthrough yet. For what, like, as long as I set the head lift early in the pipe flow, it doesn't seem to matter how crazy the pipe routing is, it works out. And then the last thing I've been doing, the main thing I've been doing, not fill up 600 pipes to their maximum amount. So I'll run, like two Mark 1s or two, or a Mark or one Mark 2. If it's like 400 fluid, but then I just merge everything. So like these two pipes or 4 pipes are what I was just working on, which is 1550, and then I just merge everything together at the end, and then they basically just fill up, and then so it doesn't matter that this pipe came from 3 extractors and this pipe came from 4 extractors. None of that matters. It just fills up, and then it flows into the machines. So knock on all of the wood. That has solved all my problems. It may take a little bit of time for everything to fill up. But yeah, that's the only thing. Unless it backs up, and then that's other problems. This guy's struggling to get to 100%, but he's getting there eventually. It was down at like 32%, but he's the last thing when I readjusted the fuel and sent some of it over there to make rubber. So I'm getting there. And then that rounds the corner. inline. Okay. So I'm gonna have to continue. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's the edge. So that goes there. Then we turn. Where did that turn? Okay, just immediately. That might be too much, but we'll see. Okay. I'm tired of this music. Any overflow. Okay. Those are all done. I gotta put in the supports now. Okay, and then it's the outside is the too tall. Go like that. So these guys will come. So that'll come up, that'll get merged. They're at half speed, so it shouldn't back up. This will be fine. That'll go into there. Overflow. Okay, so I need to do overflow. So what's going on under here? We'll just get you to here real quick, just so we're accounted for. I can't believe it's 4 over from that belt and that belt. So it then has to go back across to hook up with the for the manufacturers. And somewhere in all this, I need to make 48 assemblers. And they really do need to be 48 because every single one of these things has power shards, and I don't have the power for that. But that's all the room that I had, so... What I should do is, I think... I'm gonna go ahead and take this under and hook it up. You are dead center. Wow, so that was actually like perfect. You're on the seam and then on the grates. on the far side, so right there. It would be convenient, but it would be pretty ugly. I was pretty certain I had power. So these guys are hooked up. What are we at? 19.4? No, 21.7 is my max now. And this doesn't actually make anything. No final product anyway. So that's fun. So I need 6 lifts. Maybe just 5. Because what do we say? 54 times 4 is 216. 340 minus 216 is 124. So I could combine that, be 228, 248. It'd probably be better to just do 6 belts versus 5. Although if it was 5, I could run it in the center. That was annoying. It probably needs to be where does that land? Is that on the... I think that lines up. 90 times 4, 360. Okay. Yeah, so then we're safe there. I was gonna be real worried if I had more than. So these actually can't be the bottoms. They actually have to be the tops. It's kind of nuts. I gotta make 38 constructors for rods? God damn. Okay, well. That's cool, I guess. If you're into that, I'm not. So every single one of these pipes and 600 concrete goes into assemblers. I could do a row on top of this. Whew. Could come down, come out. You are 380. Yes. $720 and 600. But you are 380 a piece. Is there any way to minus 120? No. Plus 60? No. I don't know if there's a good way to get just 300 onto a belt. Okay, so I like the idea of this being another platform on top of these. That sounds good. Maybe it'll be on top of this belt system over here. The pipes will come down one and then come over. And then the middle row of concrete will just go over. Right, I said this was keep forgetting how much this is. 54 times 4, 216. 340 minus 216 is 124, so it has to be Mark 3. Is my... okay. Why didn't that just work then? $124 times 2, 248. So that's a Mark 3 out. That could go straight across. That's not even, I don't even know what you are. That's not what I want at all. Interesting. That doesn't... that does work. So that could come across... I'm kind of not liking this second concrete belt, but these are now in the way here, so there's not a good way besides what I'm doing, I don't think. Okay, so that one's actually correct. This one was wrong. You know, I was starting to think that I was hiding too much belt work inside of foundations. I think I was just saving myself for this system. Because now none of this is being hidden. This is all on full display. So let's see. you're good, and then are you even? Yes, you are. So ugh. That's not gonna work. Okay. Well, that's a thing. That's that stuff done. Ready to be sent to the next section. How many is that? 5 belts. And then we're saying another platform over here. I need to finish these guys out. Perfect. And then run it over here, just like that. That's for the ingots. Ingot will go there. I need to add the railings. Yeah, that's better. That was too much before. Those will run up the sides. I need to remove... Okay, I did remove that light. That's good. I really don't love this, whatever the hell this is. This area here needs work. But that's a completely different problem. No power. Why do none of you have power? That's why. Are these at the same height? They are not. Just two more. Great. That's gonna be... That'll be its problem. If I go out more... So I was actually already thinking that on this side. That's kind of... no, actually I wasn't. Because that's now 4. Yeah, let's go there. Not there. Okay, so it was... If I make this 3... and then I do this, that's at the same height. Okay. Three, grab you, plop. I guess these should not be... That leaves a lot of room down here to fill in. And I've got plates that have to go to assemblers for reinforced plates. They go horizontal. So I guess I could continue to build out as where does the is that the highest? Ooh, bauxite. So I can basically go one, maybe two more before it cuts into the dune and gets covered up. And I can't use any of this. That really sucks. So this whole area down here would have to be asymmetrical, which is fine. But it also isn't going to be enough for anything. 38.4, 48, 30. I don't even know how many this is going to be. Parts per minute. 13 manufacturers. Yeah, that's freaking massive. Unless I used it for oversync and dimensional depots. Boy, that might be what I end up having to do. Do these guys fit under here? Nope. Nope, nope, nope. What am I making over here? I'm making reinforced beams, industrial beams, encased industrial beams, and I need, allegedly I need 30. How many? I'm not making very many. I'm making 120. And that's exactly how many I need. I won't have any extra, which is annoying. If I did this, how many could I? Not many. Like 6, 8. Not even, because I gotta get, and I can't do side by side like that, so they'd have to be staggered a little. I could do, I need 30. That's 4. Gross. I could do multiple floors. I can only go to here. So I could do like one floor in between, and that might fit like 2, maybe 3 on each side. I mean, that's better than none, but... How would this even... If this could even, how would it? I'm going to say that the answer is it can't. Is that enough room for an assembler? +1 on top of it? Yeah, that would work. Okay. Can you build a tower of 34 and have the entering belt work on the bottom floor in that empty space? It would have to be 2 towers because there's 2 pairs of belts, 4 belts total. And I can't do a sushi belt with them because the quantities are too high. And the belts are all right here. So I'd have to get all 5 of these belts over here and then down, which that's not the worst problem. I could come just straight across and then come straight down and reroute a few of these. It's really just these 2 right here. So I could do that. The problem is I'd have to contend with this sand dune. And if I have to have 2 of them, then I'd want it in like one side over here, one side over there. Unless I just rotated the whole thing. Because right now it's very boom, boom, boom. I could rotate the whole thing and like fill in this area here. Maybe I could say, instead of doing assemblers on this, I could do constructors here, and then this could be like a tower of assemblers. That might work. I could do 2 towers. I could do 1. I gotta have 30, and then I gotta have 48. So I could do like 1 tower of 30 and another tower of 48. I could even make this like just underclock all of these. So it was also 48 and then do 96 assemblers. 2 towers of 96 assemblers, and they could all go here. I could do that. See, Dragnot? I'm learning from you. And then, so these instead would be constructors, which I need 38.4 of. think the belts would come around, go out that way. I don't think I want to make... It's like they would get supported by this backbone piece here. Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put constructors on either side of this. And we'll see how many we can fit before we go down the route of the towers for assemblers. The other option is build a tower on each side. I think I like that idea better. As much as I like sandwiching the railroad, I think it would look weird having some belts go all the way over there. And I still have to figure out what I'm doing with that garage parking station. I don't know why I keep calling them garages. This only comes out to here. Okay. What makes the most sense? Maybe do them this way? Because they're already past the point. And so then they could come up. Yeah, let's do it that way. And then I could do half of the assemblers, or half of the, instead of doing like underclocking them to 48, I could just do half of them on one tower, half on the other tower. Yeah. What do we got? We got 12. I need how many? 38.4. Okay. So what did I say? 12? 1, 2. So that's 10 per side. Problem is down here, I'm gonna have a lot more problems. Course, that's in a different spot because the refineries aren't mirrored. Son of a bitch. One, two, three. That would leave so much room open. And I wouldn't be able to do this one. Come on, work with me here. Okay, so we're up to 18. Woo! That's gonna have to be its own supports, probably the smaller ones in the middle. I gotta do something with this area. That could fit another 6 if I offset them. How many is this producing? 576. Okay. So 1,480 belt per side. I think it's gonna be too tight, too compact, and lopsided because of the mergers on the bottom. So we're back to 18. Which is fine. I need the... So eventually somehow I need to get the rubber. What is going on here? Center output is overflow. I need to get rubber going with these. Not on the same belts. Too many. Rubber's down there. They could go through. I'm gonna do if I scoot all these over and then I did them back to back, right? What am I making? I'm making rods. 576. Yeah. So I could do them back to back, at least on the top. I could probably... I think I'll keep them like this. Yeah. Yep. Ooh. I just had a brainwave. Although it's going to be kind of a pain in the butt to run. That'll look cool. Time is it? 9:20, 11. Did the government shut down? Not to get political. Guess they've got 36 minutes to make it happen or not happen, depending on what you want. Okay, so that should be 12 per side. So that's 24. That's 30. I could do another, I could do back to back on these ones as well. That would get me to 36. I could do that. I could do 36. And then just overclock like the last, like the 2 in the middle or something. And then call that good on that part. Yeah, I'll do that. And then I think that will give me, I think I'll be able to do verticals between the 2 rows. Splitter there. Ooh, actually, I could do that. That'd be kind of cool. I like, yeah. Man, I got the best ideas sometimes. Until it's time to belt it up and wire it, but the ideas themselves are good. Encroaching and oh, it's like what? I wonder how many tickets I got. 387. Can't get the nut yet. That's all right. Maybe I'll save myself until I beat the game before I get the nut. Okay, so then my thought is no good plan ever survives first contact with implementation. There's a military quote that's kind of similar to that. I don't remember exactly how it goes. It's basically like a plan is only as good as like first contact or something like that. I really should know it. Okay, so then that will do that, and then we need to check that shit out. I wish it was... Okay, now that I've done it, I don't know if I like it. Maybe if it's the right color. But let's see. Let's let it sit. Let me ponder if there's any other solution I could do. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe if... What if I move... If it was like that, and then it came... Yeah. That will look a lot better. Oh, nope, not that. Okay, so let's try... This is the answer. Delete that one, connect it back. And then you can go through and there's no clipping. A little trick there for you. And then that kind of connects these guys, so it's a little nicer. Okay, so I just need to go do that on the other side. Two from the edge. Oh no, two from this side. Zoop up, then zoop to the side, and put it back. Stuffing it all in there. Yep. And then I think I'm going to do a vertical. And then it'll be, I guess it doesn't have to be vertical, but it'll the ingots will come up from here somehow, start in this line and then overflow down. So these will be part of the same manifold. I guess I'll do the splitters first. Give me that snapping point. Man, I was really wanting to get this factory done, but I don't know. It is 9:30 and I haven't had dinner yet. I don't know. I'm not even gonna. Now I'm questioning if I could even get the regular modular frames done, let alone the heavy modular frames. I wasn't expecting the steel pipe part to take such a long time. I'm fine with still going, but I need some din-din. Oh, you haven't had dinner yet? I got this package of crackers sitting on my desk, but I can't think of a worse food to eat on stream than crackers, especially when you've got facial hair. And then obviously chewing sounds. I would mute it, but I'm one of those weirdos who's got like the mental problem where you can't listen to people eat, or you like basically want to kill everybody in the room. I can't do it. Drives me insane. Can't do it. I can't remember what that disorder's called, but I guess it's a real thing. Let's see. How do I want to? Let's do there to there to there. I had a friend growing up as a kid. Whew. I never knew how loud of an eater he was because we always just like ate in the cafeteria in high school or middle school or whatever. Never realized until like, I don't know, like college, just how loud of an eater he was. And it was bad. Okay, so that's 24, 30, 36. If I do if this was 32, it's 480. And then that was 4 priority merge 540. So then this would be like 125, 133, 150. So then I can do 4 at 160. Okay. So then, voice cracking. Rods. So you and you, and then we will do, I guess if I was smart, I should have done, damn it. It's fine, we'll just do it again. Or actually, I'll figure out how to connect these to power. They don't need to be connected to each other. Not with that large of a gap. But these do need to not be floating, but I need to get them all hooked up first. The problem I'm going to face is I'm not going to know how to do 576. Divided by, what is that? 576 divided by 2 is 288. And you guys produce 100.75. If I did a manifold and then I just let it go after the last one, it shouldn't matter, because in a traditional manifold, having the exact number, the last one still doesn't ever fill up. It just gets enough to keep going, to hit 100%. So if it goes through, I think I'm gonna need to test that. I don't know if that's true. Otherwise, I gotta set it to overflow, which means it'll back up, which means it's gonna look gross because there'll be items stuck on a belt. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't love that. These will move. But I want to make sure that the manifold will fill. I think if you sent like 300 and you only needed 20, obviously that would fill up. But if it's not something like that, is it going to screw up? Because what it's going to be is it's going to be this belt going through. So I need 288 per. And it's 315, 316, something like that. Update that. Yeah, how does that work? I guess if I need to hook up the merging, regardless of if that would work or not. The extra items are additive to the total throughput of the belt, so it should slowly fill up. Yeah, so the belt, so the idea is the belt would go up, go through here, go down, then come down, go through these 6, and then basically the last output of the manifold would be here, and then this would be overflow. So it would be the 316 or whatever minus 216, so it'd be like 100 extra, or I guess it was 288 is what it was. So this would just be the last output of the manifold would be overflow. It would just take a long time for these last 2 to go, right? Like that's what we're saying. Everything should work. I don't know why it wouldn't, other than stupid reasons. Should work. Okay. I'm going to work on the merging, the output side. These are just all and then these down here are also normal rods. Okay, so I was thinking mergers could go underneath each one of them, because why not make it hard on myself? Yeah, well, so like that's the for sure way to do it. But if I do that, then the overflow won't happen unless the entire belt is stopped. And that's what I want to, that's what I'm trying to prevent. Like I'd like for them to just keep moving versus it being backed up. If the manifold idea doesn't work, then that's what I'll end up doing. Unfortunate, just out of a necessity. But I'm hoping that the manifold thing works. I think we're both right that it'll work. I'm trying to think if I've ever done that before, and I don't know if I have. What am I doing with these? The idea sounded cool when I first said it. Now, what am I doing with those 6? I guess I could send them out the back and connect. I don't know. This is how these are going to connect. That's all I know. I'll figure out the bottoms ones later. I don't. That's not my problem right now. So these guys have to then connect. I wish the vertical ones, you could go, like I could do one going up and one coming down and then merge. That'd be cool, but that's not, that would work at all. So I could still just connect. Sending them the other way wouldn't have made a difference because then that would have hit that. I guess I could just send it down. Oh no, this will just come down and then I could do a vertical. I don't even know where these are going to end up. Oh, these are going to the towers. Right? Yes, these are going to the towers. Noah Beard, you've been at it for a while. Yeah, man. And then I was playing Valheim before this. But we're making progress. Making progress. Studying for an exam. Gross. That's, that sucks for you. Oh no, I didn't take a break. I was just saying, I before I was playing Satisfactory, same stream, on Twitch, I was playing Valheim, got past that point, and then switched over to Satisfactory. So I've been going since you left. Dragnok and I are talking about how we haven't had dinner yet. And I was thinking I was going to be able to finish this factory tonight, but I don't know. Save the day mentality. I don't know if that's true. If we were talking about this on the last stream, it was like we were saying, like, does OSHA still exist in the Fix-It world? And I made the argument that Fix-It probably lobbied against the government, if OSHA is a government entity. I don't know if we ever confirmed that or not. And shut it down because OSHA is gets in the way of productivity. So with me putting up catwalks and everything so you don't fall off the edge, you know, to be safe, I don't know if that really is the Fix-It mentality. Just slows factory growth. Yeah, exactly. But then but see, the caveat, though, is you get hurt, and then it says don't damage Fix-It, don't damage Fix-It property. And then we were talking about whether or not OSHA mattered to us because we're not actually humans if we're clones. I don't know if that was ever confirmed as official, but it would make sense from a Fix-It point of view that we weren't actually humans, because then we could be more productive. I don't know. Either way, I don't think catwalks are Fix-It approved, but they are in the game. We can buy them from the Fix-It store, so I think Fix-It has a branding problem. Do they care? Do they not care? I don't know. I just don't know. I needed to hook up that belt before I forget. That will screw me up, and I will be looking for that forever. We are clearly remotely controlled droids on Mars. It's just so spread out that we don't see each other. You think this is Mars? I mean, it's not what they call it, but... Ignore. Okay. If we're droids, then why do I get the alert saying I need to drink water? I can be convinced either way. Maybe not the Mars bit, but that's an arc thing. I get the alert. In which case I'm in a simulation. Well, that's no argument there. But aren't we all in the simulation? But now that's a conversation. After seeing the movies, The Matrix, would you actually want to wake up? Or would you want to be like, what's his face? And be like, no, I've seen it, put me back. If that's what you got to go through. Yeah, the real me. Whatever that actually means. Making sure the IT guys. So they alert the drone guy. They alert the drones to alert the IT guy, the controllers. But then that doesn't seem very productive. It sounds like a waste of bandwidth. Is idling on Mars. What's with you and Mars? This clearly ain't Mars, man. Look, they got trees. Or did we pull an Elon and we nuked Mars to create a habitat? Or atmosphere? If you die, they're out of a factory. Real question is, would you go back into the Matrix if you still remember the real world? I mean, if this... Yeah, that's the question. Is, what was that dude's name? Who betrayed him and he was just like, I just want to eat steak. Definitely Mars. Yeah, I mean, if the real world was the real world from the Matrix... I would probably want to go back to the Matrix. Probably. I don't know. Because if you're in the real world, you're still going to be working for the man, you know? So what's the point at the end of the day? I don't know. If I kept these going straight, then I'd have 4 belts down. I don't think that would make it any easier for these. But if you don't know, but that's the problem with the Matrix question, or the simulation question, is if you were in the Matrix and you went to the real world, and then you were in the real world and you decided you wanted to go back into the Matrix, you wouldn't know that you're back in the Matrix. You would just think you are in the real world. So the fact that you're not doing anything you don't have a sense of accomplishment. It's just a sense of accomplishment in the world that you only know. Because you wouldn't go back into the Matrix knowing that you're in the Matrix. Because that's the whole point in the movie, is that he wants to go in and he's like, I want to remember nothing. Strider? Was that his name? I think that may have been his name. Maybe if it were on a time interval, like taking breaks from reality. Maybe. I don't know. If it's just avoiding your problems. But is it of your problems in the Matrix, or is it your problems in the real world? Which one are we talking about here? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I don't know. I was not a philosophy major. Cypher, not Strider. That's right. There was a character named Strider in something. Strider was Aragorn's name in Lord of the Rings. That's what it was. Lord of the Rings, yep. I don't know what I'm more disappointed in myself with, the fact that I called someone else Strider, or the fact that I couldn't remember Strider off the top of my head. I watch The Fellowship of the Rings probably like 5 times a week, but only to like fall asleep to. I love the movies, but I watch it like 5 times a week. Gotta get that aluminum. Good luck, man. Have fun with the sloshing backwater problem. I'm sure you'll be fine. Okay, that is that, and then I need to hook up the merges. What problem I got this? Maybe, you know, that's just the water byproduct coming from the refineries. If you try to recycle it, it's not a problem per se, just a thing to contend with. Yep, have a good one. You too. Oh no. Finally ran out of beams. Shit. That might mean I'm done. If I don't have that setup ready. I mean, I guess I do have plenty of concrete getting made, and I could just set it up over here. Overflow in any and any. Well, that's disgusting, but it'll work. What is this, 20 a minute? I don't have any sloops. I used them. Yeah, we'll leave that running, and then I need to go get pipes. All right. I think that's where I'm going to leave it. I'm going to let this run for a while, get a whole bunch of beams made up, because I'm not going to be able to make any progress with just 20 beams a minute. So yeah. Dragnok, thanks for hanging in here the whole time. I think Freddy's in here still somewhere. Noah, you just left, but thanks a lot. Everybody else that I didn't name, thanks. And I'll be back for sure on Thursday. Maybe I'll do a little bit tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, and I'll see you on the next one.